Alright, hi guys, what's up? We're back with Final Fantasy XIV. Of course, I'm not able to get into the thing. That's no big deal. Well, hello, Shinigami. Um, we are gonna be... Yeah... Wait. Oh, I should really queue for that. Can I actually queue for it? Here. I can. Okay, bet. We'll queue for that while we go through this game, through the MSQ. Oh, this Shinigami is one of my favorite games to play. It is Final Fantasy XIV. I am currently playing an Aura, or a lizard lady. Black mage, actually. It's very fun. It's an MMO by Squeenix, or Square Enix. And hello, Demonic. Yeah, it's a fun game. I enjoy it. This is actually in-game content, so there might be spoilers if you ever intend to play it. But yeah, I'm excited. Oh, it's apparently a less than 5-minute queue for the raid. Right? If you have a moment, Nicole, Geode wants to talk or take stock of the crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. It's okay, I'm never bothered by spoilers either, because I tend to forget them maybe like 2 days after they have happened. Unless I've done it enough times, so... Anyway, sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and to clear my idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us all. First things first, then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation. Oh, thank you for the follow, Shinigami. I appreciate it. It is so very nice. Oh, apparently I had a sub on YouTube yesterday. I'm gonna look at that instead as well. Where was I? Oh, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions weren't resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Bad news is I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx, that's his name. Yeah. Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Yeah, this game, I love it. It's got a lot of really nice people. Actually, honestly, it is. This community is amazing. It's nowhere near as toxic as other MMOs I've played. So, 10 out of 10 would recommend. And, for anyone who doesn't know, this game has a free trial, by the way, which includes the entirety of the base game, the award-winning first expansion Heavensward, and the entire second expansion, Stormblood, as well. So you can go all the way from level 1 to level 70 across... Fudge, why did you do that? What? I have to skip this stupid cutscene. No, I don't. No. Commence. Okay. Anyway, you can go from level 1 to level 70 without any time constraints through all the classes are involved. And it's... Okay, we got a green bunny. Definitely do it. I would recommend that if you're going to do the free trial, you have to go through the Square Enix free trial. Don't do the free trial through Steam, because the Steam does not do the free time constraints, as far as I'm concerned. The only downside to the free trial is that
he's young, he's stylish, and he knows all the moves. The soul of the party and the king of the dance floor, Dancing Green.
Okay. You can't trade with characters. You can't join free companies. You can't add people to your friends list. People can add you to their friends list, but you can't add them.
Are you ready to get down?
Yep.
The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins.
Okay, I will probably go quiet because I have to focus, and I'm going to stand over here. Oh, I did not move quick enough.
Square.
That is why I gotta focus more.
We're just getting started. Keep grooving, baby.
Oh, yes, second sense. Oh.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with each step.
Okay.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star. Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn!
Dude, I kind of like this dude's voice.
How will the challenger respond?
Oh. Oh, what? Oh. Okay. So I have to be in the spotlight. Okay, that's cool. I like this one. I think this is my favorite raid so far of this tier. To be fair though, this is only the first tier. Or the first one.
Come on, show me your moves!
Oh, poor luck. Oh. I still got it. Fudge. I'm going back over here because I don't want to be by the tanks. Tanks equal death.
You're up, dancers!
What? No.
Let's turn up the heat! Try to keep up now!
Is this a... What is this?
The fever's taken hold! Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
I'm so confused.
Dance like there's no tomorrow!
Oh. Oh. Okay. Thank you, Demonic. I appreciate it. Because I definitely would not have gotten that.
Let's finish with style!
But to be fair, first time I'm doing this raid, so it's acceptable for me to screw up a little.
Not bad, but I reckon you've got more in you.
Mm-hmm. You know, I think you might be the only bunny boy that I'm not actually a fan of.
Back to it,
Other than the
dancer.
fact that I love your actual raid. I hate the hair though. Okay, stand in the center. Got it. Okay.
Show us some electrifying moves!
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Yep, too much. My brain go blank. Oh, Mikotes are definitely better. But well, no, okay, I can't say that. I like the bunny boys. Bunny boys are fab. But
Bask
I
in the
think
spotlight and burn, baby, burn!
oh fudge. Why? Why do you do this to me? I like bunny boys. I like the dragon boys. Ugh. Okay. A second
Challenger's
breath.
down. Is this
Okay.
the end?
No, it's not the end. No. What was I saying? I don't know.
Dancers, take it away!
No.
Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again!
Alright. Who shall I
The
follow?
night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on Dancing Green.
Okay, we got a Dragoon. LB.
Dance
Okay.
like there's no tomorrow!
Okay.
Let's
Ay.
finish with style!
Oh, that's good. I'm glad you got your mods fixed for Baldur's Gate.
Groovy moves! The crowd's loving it!
What does that mean?
Come on, show me your moves!
No. Ow. Yay! We did it. We did it. We did it.
KO. The match is decided. Victory goes to the challenger.
Thank ya. Okay. Is there anyone still here? So I can call? There is. Oh, we're giving it to the bunny boy.
It's
the
all
bunny boy
over.
gets up.
Until next time.
Need it, 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 and need it. Yay! I got so much! Also, of course the bunny boy gets it. Are you kidding me? He had the best look in my opinion, and the best portrait. And it wasn't just because he was a bunny boy, okay? If the Mikos had a better one, I would have given it to the Mikos. And if there was an aura, dude, he would have gotten it. Okay, listen. I have 3 faves, okay? Auras, Mikos, and bunnies. And then Thancred. And Amaric. Alright. Well, with this victory, you've proven yourself a force to be reckoned with in the cruiserweight division. Crit, crit, crits. Screw everything else, always go for a crit. Oh my gosh, that looks like a very pretty arena. Right then, let's ride the wave of this momentum toward our next victory. Okay, let's see this challenger. I think this is shortly after this where it should show us the stuff. And here is your next opponent. Let's go. Let's see it. We're having to fight a child. Oh. A fighter who lives and breathes art. She used the ring as her gallery. Sugar Riot. Before coming to the Arcadian, she was a graffiti artist, you see. Most of the graffiti you see in Solution 9 was either by her or by those imitating her style. By injecting herself with the soul of a deadly pudding, she's able to concoct special paint that can cause actual change to reality, even the ring itself. To her, fighting is a medium for her art, a means of expressing herself. Her imagination is boundless, and you have to take care not to be overwhelmed, staying calm no matter what she throws at you. Dude, I love this song. Can I get this as like an orchestrion role? I will play this all the time in my house. If you can manage that, you'll surely overcome Sugar Riot and continue on your way to the top of the cruiserweight division. Yes. Okay. Do we jump right into it, or do we have to go do a bunch of other stuff? We jump right into it. C'est très bien. Now I have to go talk to Shale again. But the question is, can I actually... Okay, I can. Not that. This is what I want. Exit to Solution 9. Man, it keeps telling me I can't join the novice nowhere. Actually, it'd probably be easier to do this. No, okay, so it's just right down here. There's not necessarily a thing that's closest to it. There is, but there isn't. Actually, there was, and I was just stupid and I didn't see it. I was looking on the wrong side of the map. It's all good. Also, should I or should I not turn back into a bunny girl since they can now wear hats? Yep, I need to go to the back room. Thank you, Tassos. Okay. We're gonna skip through to the point where we see Calyx on his face plastered on the thing since we already read that. Vera are very pretty. Actually, no, correction. Vera aren't pretty. Vera are hot. It's the boys that are pretty. The Vera boys are the pretty boys, whereas the Vera girls are not. I just realized Mike Raha isn't in this meeting. Why would you not let him be here? You don't even have my Aaronville. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he... Really? That was a fast queue. Especially for a DPS. Oh. I see a bunny.
The ring is her studio, and reality her canvas. She's a rebel with a cause who captivates all with her illusions. Sugar Riot!
Okay. Alright, let's get this fight going. Looks like we get two bun boys. And
what inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
I feel like I gotta zoom
Welcome to
out for
Sugar
this.
Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
Perhaps I'll draw this.
And with a flourish, Sugar Riot brings her work to life.
What? Okay, so I was right the first time, and those other people confused the crap out of me. I thought I was in the wrong because I saw a bunch of people running over here.
What's your favorite color?
Pink. Favorite color is pink. Oh, Miko? She a Miko?
An
No,
image
she's a
comes
Lava.
to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness, the ring has become a desert.
How
Bruh.
about a little more sunshine?
The desert doesn't bother us.
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Sabatenders? No, just straight up cacti.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles. The challenger's down! Is this
Dang
the
it.
end?
I was like a
Something missing.
little bit out
I
of
know.
it. Me and the bun boy are down.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
Me and the bun boy are both not down. Aw, the bum boy's over here. He's a dancer too. Wait, what? Wait, did we reset? Yeah, they reset. Also,
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
Welcome to Sugar Riot's Gallery of Glamours!
honestly, I love the music.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
And with a flourish, Sugar Riot brings her work to life.
Oh, fudge. Wait, you're doing this when I'm in the middle of something and I can't actually do what I need to do? Sure, I'm trusting you guys. Oh.
Will the challenger be all right?
Okay.
What's your favorite color?
Pink. You asked me that last time, dude. You say the same thing each time.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness, the ring has become a desert.
How about a little more sunshine?
What does filtering actually do?
When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Oh, it's a DOT, okay.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
What's missing? Oh, the quicksand.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
What's your favorite color?
I'm sorry, what? That tank gave
When you
me
can't
a heart
decide on
attack.
one thing. What do you think of this?
Amazing! They clearly anticipated that attack.
What do you say to a refreshing riverscape?
Okay.
A crystal clear river! How charming!
Okay. Nope. Stay out of it.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
This is no good. It needs a touch of thunder, a dash of downpour.
A thunderstorm has turned the waters muddy! How frightening!
I have it. Some destruction to facilitate deconstruction.
A massive raging storm! I hope you brought your parasols.
That hurt. Oh, it did not hurt.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Ooh. That was close.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
When you can't decide on one thing. What do you think of this?
Oh, I'm dead. I screwed up. To be fair, I was doing pretty well for a bit. You could have held off for a sec. I mean, I promise you I wouldn't have minded. Oh, we got a sugar skate? Oh wait, that's just this. Okay. River.
What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back. They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
You did it. We're good.
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger.
Nope,
It's all
definitely
over.
test it for science.
Until next time.
Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Well done, I knew you could do it. Your next match will be against the Cruiserweight Champion himself. But seeing as we have a bit of time, there's something I'd like to tend to first. I don't want to do a fetch quest, my dude. I want to tell Dancing Green and Sugar Riot about psychonecrosis and see if they've developed any symptoms. And we have to save them too if we can. Oh, okay. I don't particularly care enough. Not right now. I want to do the 7.3 MSQ. I brought Naomi's terminal, so we'll perform the examination here in this room. Rest assured, I've already checked for listening devices. The two should be here any moment now. So what's this about, baby? Are we having a party here? If that's the case, I'll excuse myself. I'm rather keen to give form to the inspiration you've given me. Nope, we're here to save your life. Well, I'm relieved to say you haven't manifested the disease yet. You're both dangerously close to doing so. Just one more feral soul injection could push you beyond the brink. It'd be wise to stop fighting in the Arcadian. Ooh, talk about a downer, baby. This is all very sudden. I struggle to accept it, but for both you and Honey to retire? There must be truth to your words. It's no easy thing to retire, I know, but for your own safety, I ask that you give it careful consideration. Or do like I do and fight without the stuff. I've made up my mind. I'll retire. This doesn't leave the room, but I've always struggled to play the part of Dancing Green. To maintain the persona of a party animal, I've had to spend night after night out on the town. When I'm not doing that, I'm practicing dance in the studio. It's utterly exhausting, soul-crushing. I pushed through it all because I didn't want to disappoint the fans, but this revelation sets me free. Dancing used to be my passion. Perhaps I can learn to love it again. I always thought you were a genuine party animal, living only to revel. To think it was actually a burden on your shoulders. The ring has been my precious studio. It's saddening to think that I won't be able to step into it again. But it was on the streets that I started plying my craft, and this revelation might be a sign telling me to go back to my roots. So I'll do just that. I'll go back to a time when the whole city was my studio, and its walls my canvas. Truth be told, seeing you fight without a feral soul helped me realize that maybe it's alright just to be myself. Yay! We inspire people everywhere. I'm relieved. Thank you for listening. Well, we'd rather not die, of course. And it's you we have to thank for warning us. We're liable to attract suspicion if we stay here too long. We'll discuss when to break the news to management at a later time. Peace out. Thankfully, those two have other places to employ their talents, like honey. To the brute bomber and the howling blade, however, the Arcadian is everything. It isn't easy for them to retire. This I know better than most, but it's a matter of life and death. I want to go do the other MSQ before we continue this. I just gotta remember to actually come back here at a later time. Not Chad. Maybe now we can actually finish this quest. Or get this quest actually started. Yeah, Graha's not actually here. Why wouldn't you have my dearest Graha? He biffs Miko. I mean, who doesn't like the Crystal Exarch? He got another name, but... Okay, and while these malfunctions were resolved... Nope, no new incidents. And Guruja lost his kinglyship controls, basically. Oh, because Calyx was from the Storm Surge. Right. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology, and it was he who established the preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for love and sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated. That evolution now requires us to forsake the bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to the interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. He is technically king. While Galulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. I'm not a brawler, I'm a mage. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So, shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. Well, I want our soldiers to protect those who are moving to Tulialo. Alfino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Nicole's group, if you'll have me. Sorry. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Gio. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Alright. How many quests are in this line? Has it updated on the wiki yet? Main page. Oh. It has not. Dude, this usually the wiki is updated within like the first 3 or 4 days. Oh, it is updated. Okay, it's just not fully updated. Okay. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm not finishing MSQ today. That much I can say for certainty. Sorry, I was off on my own little world. Shall we get started? Okay, Are you alright? I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. True that. Indeed, I do not blame them for that. It's only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back in the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find her people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just an eventuality. There we go. None of the things is here. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yeah, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. And they were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would be certainly more efficient for information gathering. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Nicole and I will take the east. Is this a... Are you going to be following me? Is this a follower mission? Very well. We shall enter patrol in the plaza just past True View and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will learn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. Yep, it's an escort. We'll start here. Are the sentries and the airwheelers safe to be around now? Just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. Made sure not to overdo it when I had to work the next day, but once we were past the busy season or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. Worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. Still ran a regulator back then. It's also the day I first met Shale. Though I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Huh. Is he crushing on Shale? Oh, nice. Congrats on finishing the MSQ. You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky. He didn't survive the crash. The darn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. No, that's not so strange these days, but he'd never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. Poor dude. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make up your mind. Mark my words, Fred. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Or, I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion in the back room. The fights are likely to break out over neo-regulators? The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure there wasn't anything else? That a victim of violence wasn't wearing one? Yeah, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supplies of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Very, very valid. Oh, there's a blue thingy over here. This one's my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. Little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Yeah, of the people who died, how many had regulators? Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured? 87 individuals. Casualties? 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators? 0. You wish to to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned clearing away debris. Well, I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assume the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sphene. I was half joking with my post to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside of True View? Let's get going. Never figure out how to get the cars. I saw some people flying around with them earlier today. I got the bike. I want to get the car. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't brain regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, but and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? To convince people to wear regulators more? Based only on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become it, or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. So Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stroke fear and panic. Sounds like a good idea. But there was no need to kill anyone. The way things were, the people were already fearful enough. We could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps the sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Okay, wait. What of the dust? Yeah, what about the dust? Surely that's got something. Right, the sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust but no bodies? Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. Right. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which went quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Could it have been to hide? If I could wearing regulators? And the post stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of. Who's calling us? Loja. Oh, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now. But are you close enough to join them? No, but yes. Let's go. Darn, our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. What?
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I don't like it.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Alize hopefully will be with them.
Go to them, quickly!
Oh, her.
Wayakwe!
Oh, that's her name?
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
No, you did good. You did just fine.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Okay. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Okay. Bring me pasta is the best. Good comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded, or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please, it isn't safe. You still need to rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Don't worry. These guys are nothing compared to the literal gods we faced. Absolutely nothing. Oh, he hasn't turned into a pile of dust. That's a benefit. Cryo. Come on. Isadora's going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul, he gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally, like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayaki sent word. Nope. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble, too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please, do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with the allies in the vicinity. Wayaki has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Gio said he would sweep the surrounding area, so we shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Okay. I don't see you, Geo. Geo, answer me. No response. Further east still.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
They're absorbing the ether.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit. Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now! A trap!
Oh, golly. Okay.
Take care of the others, eh?
Is this a thing where you're gonna hurry and rush in and save him? Or do we come in at the last second?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Seriously?
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
I don't like him.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
And doom thousands of other places. You would only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Definitely.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
This pile of dust, these ashes. The soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning geode to us? Darn you, Calyx. Darn you and your callous cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's ether allowed for many more endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well that there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession. It falls to us. We must. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. No, that just means, like, we're not allowed to sleep in Alexandria. If we hold the key. Like, we would have to leave here every single night. And go to, like, Tulialal or something. Or just go to, one of the other places every single day. Because who's to say you went and try to sneak it while we sleeping? We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. I'll ask Wayaki to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days, it's almost more than I can bear. Gio, he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Jill knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Katsuya. Do you think you could check on her, see how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Yes, I will happily do that. But first, I need to talk to Annabelle. I've spoken with Lamont, and they've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of this latest violence. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We're all here with you. We made swift patrol of the other levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks. All to harvest more ether, it seems. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. Is there anything I can do? You can't help yourself, can you? Still, I appreciate the concern. Katsuya used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So, I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Yeah, I did say if there was anything I could do to help, so... Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. Okay. The air-wheelers are Janolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I feel or whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Yeah, that helped clear my head a touch. You know, Nicole, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Hopefully. Of course not. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you find up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa.
I'm sure that's how you say your name.
Will
Oh,
you raise a
Skatsia.
glass?
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Sure.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Oh.
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine.
That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Ooh, very nice.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided.
Maybe eventually.
Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us.
Definitely.
But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Okay. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryle for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans? Don't know. Is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds on the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. They can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Nope. I doubt it. But let's go. No, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering this current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. I'll start up here. Greetings. I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well, without knowing if or when our machinery might turn into murderous. The specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. I don't like the sound of that. Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already. But I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has them? Or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I made it look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. No. You're not running a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those near-regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? So it seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Yeah, you don't know the truth then. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is palpable. Yes, that's exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by the uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Beats me. Nicole, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alfie. No. I guess I gotta go to resolution. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. Oh, I finally got into Novice Network. That's fine.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
Dang. Grim.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
Mm-hmm.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do?
Well, you are Queen Sphene.
I am not their queen.
Yes, you are. You literally are. You were their queen before this ever happened. And Connex has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live, with death and decide to leave the dome behind, and they will not be beyond his reach. Yet it serves to allay their fears even a little. I beg you, Muklama, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrived. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Hallex is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuliolal would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what if the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Uncle Matt, I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. Well, she betrayed you, didn't she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone we lack the strength to protect them. There's so much I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. It would be yours as well, Steen. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. And that's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right, you're right. Don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Cheryl needs a hand? There you all are. Roja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alize and the others said you were here. Good news. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeith's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029 it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took us so long, but just to get this far, if you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Yeah, thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared the expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. What on earth? Thank you for that. Tipperjack, I was not expecting to hear that. Alright. Where am I going? Oh, back here. Yeah, I don't think that's something most people would expect. But is no idea. Ready to head on up? Next up, 10th level. I love how they're just going in and not being cautious at all.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Sounds like you need one of those energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
Oh?
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
Okay.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
Possibly.
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
Oh, because we want to just get rid of him. Really? You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge out, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. So the room we're in is the Researchers' Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. Okay, so this is where we are. This is where we need to be. So, we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone has left a security card behind. Considering the state of this place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? Okie dokie. I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Okay. Okay. Let's try here. This appears to be the only desk where the door's already open. You can tell at a glance the desk's former owner has left some things behind. Yep. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrode surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, that could be what we're looking for. Try it on the door and see if it opens. Yes. Does it open the... Yeah, we hold it up. Okay. Does it open? Does it open? Does it open? It does open. It's open. You did it. It's a good thing, too. I was getting nowhere with that attitude circuit. Curious, though. Why would they abandon a facility like this? And it was run by a director, Demetrius. Or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The doors to the director's office is across the central hub. I want to see what's over here first. Oh, yeah. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any unorthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Most of Galic's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. That mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius and all that. Yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the endless is reaching critical levels. Yep. Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Malala colleagues, including the Proto-Lab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It seemed prudent to back up my memory data. Okay, so they were definitely suspected. That's a bunch of regulators. I'm glad I went over there to look before I just went straight into this. Nope. No good. Maybe we need a different card. Yeah, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me. We'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Proto Lab. The door's already open at least. We'll find our way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. Oh. Okay. I was just over there and I didn't see anything. The way the room was set up, a canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Glosha mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? Okay. No. Okay. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 showed a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the target values set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. 158. Please excuse my impatience. I mean, the means to track down Calyx are close, and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Is it a 4-digit number? Oh, okay. Yeah. Nope. I haven't seen anything about a 158. Cryo? This machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. These notes seem to be about the research they did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930. To be considered for efficiency procedure review. 158. Okay, so it's 11509. 11509. Yes. Okay. 11509. Yeah. We got a level 2 security card. You got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, what does this say? Level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should open more doors for us to explore. You did well. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives, leaving notes, losing their current. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex afterwards. And it was decided, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there? Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before a new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Hey, it opened. So where should we go first? The Deutero labs or the facilities? Let's start with the lab. You start with the lab. I'm going over here and checking. Tool. Circle. Triangle. Diamond. Square. I don't see any more data tablets either. Shale, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, not at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card center. In case of an emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of the corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero lab, shall we? Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. It must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send the power to the other lab? I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hole directly to the Deutero lab, which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be a circuit? The circuit we need to reconfigure? Definitely. I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to flow. Oh. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then, would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Nicole? The rest of us can help by supplying Nicole with whatever information can be found on the circuitry configuration. No, I don't need help. Okay. Okay, so this one has to go back here. Yeah. Oh, cancel. Okay. So let's start here. Circle. Oh, no. Okay. So square? Square. Okay. And then this one needs to be a triangle. So let's assume this one's going to be a diamond. And this one will be the square. Or circle. Yay! Didn't even need any help. Mainly because I like doing those kind of puzzles. They're fun. It worked. We did it, Nicole. The Deutero lab shall now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation. The Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funded Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So, this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my son's succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wondered. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion. I failed to see it at the time. Perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? Yeah. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Yeah, we don't want that. Creamy pasta. Right, I'll get this door open. Yeah, smooth this out. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Isn't that... Oh, that's the key. The key to interdimensional fusion? And that looks to be schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key? But isn't it missing the shard inside, like the one Nicole has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once its treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that the vessel's components were constructed here. So, what might that tell us? This is just the device they made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrode, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its powers, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this realm. On our next visit, I will have to enlist a Stroller's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than level 3 is no good to us. Okay, let's start with the cabinet drawer. Yay! Oh, did you find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shell examine it to be sure. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work. A level 3? That should get us into the director's office. So, what is it you were hoping to find in there again, Shell? You were saying a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. What exactly does that mean? After we discover this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation, which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system, and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what? You, as the key holder, are planning. But Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions. The flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he's done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on the entirely wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't? Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Nicole's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? A primal? Oh, speaking of cameras, that was another thing I meant to mention. I thought that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. Yeah. I'll start the show, then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Oh, I was not expecting
Protocol,
that.
you understand. There can be no exceptions.
Was not expecting that one bit. She only wanted to leave and he executed her? I checked the images against the personnel data. The man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calix. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the institution. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out that they were captured by their pursuers... Huh. They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Cryo. Reinaldstein. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Alright, let's press on, shall we? The tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. to the director's office. Oh. Nothing else here. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find the data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Well, come with me. I might have need of that security card. So then just take it. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. The office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Secure room lift access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals, the Proto Lab, the Jutero Lab, and the Director's office. Okay. Amongst the other personal artifacts, you find what is presumably the Director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Let's look at the data tablet first. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. Key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in this explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel insufficiently intact for endless conversion. The remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incidents. Details and full report. Those 2 inept. Malala broke with the preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. I'm deprived of the object of our research. Our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition, whether it needs be needed for experiments or otherwise. It must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, the facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Okay. Nothing. Let's open the locker. Someone's a little obsessed. Have you found something? Yeah. Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? We have instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift is also concealed too. Concealed? By electrope, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what? I'm just gonna call her Katsuya. Said to Shale, you never trust an electrope surface. Kakuya. I can't remember how her name was actually pronounced. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the passwords protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. Then I'll take the Deutero Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Steam. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I will take the Deutero Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Nicole, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal, and I'll stand by to guide Wokamat and Trial through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out? Yeah, it looks like it's got a 3rd gem that it's needing. Actually, let's open the locker. It's so like, yeah, nope, I'm not going there. Okay, 2 jewels are embedded in this electrode plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire, the red gem as a garnet. It also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill, probably an emerald. I keep searching the drawers with the books and found a cube puzzle made of electro. Probably just a toy, but maybe solve the puzzle. You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There. There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one, just in case. So, did you find anything of note? I should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have hints at the password. No. You don't have anything. Yeah. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Arcane circuit? You consider the display before you. On second thought, perhaps the shapes are too simple for an electro circuit. Floor plan. As you continue studying the display, you realize these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex, and which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords we're looking for. Glowing shards or words appear to be handwritten. Yeah, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heat the stones? This must be about the special meeting Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each gem means something different. But if you ask Fiend, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Okay, so Sapphire is the Proto-Lab, Alexandria is the Director's Office, and Garnet is the Deutero Lab. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Symbolism of Alexandrite. Well, I was taught that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, you said. Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandra, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. Oh, we should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope you're right. Okay. Proto-Lab is the... Wait. I know what mine is. Okay, what is Sapphire again? Wait. Honestly. And Proto-Lab is the top one, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Honesty. Devotion. Protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Now we insert them into the system at the same time. Yes! I'm so glad that worked. Secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wolfamot and Cryo will rejoin us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect a sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
I don't think it's been a waste. We learned a good bit.
Hoping to find me by tracing the security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
Yeah, sure.
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
That's a good question,
Pour
actually.
salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper. But there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price.
Definitely.
And
It's
I
a matter
won't
of
let
who.
that happen.
He's wrong if you think he's taking our measure.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
It's all good. We're happy to help. Mainly because we also don't have a choice. But this also ended up being the ending home for Aaronville's mom, so. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been the method Shale was hoping for, but At least now we remember, or at least we know where to find Calyx, and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that investigation is for another day. Then let's head straight back to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Hold up. There's apparently going to be an emergency maintenance. Ooh, what's happening? Hope so. Okay, some simple hot fixes. Oh. Alright. Anyway, oh. He waited until he was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Nicole, we've briefed Arendville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Go after him and kill him? Get rid of him? I mean, it's that simple, isn't it? Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the mesoterminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in the living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. If things take a grim turn, I'll keep you safe. I shall hold you to that, but I will also protect you in turn, because that is what comrades do. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. And how they need saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here at the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know sometimes that you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Nicole. Kryl and I think we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Galaxy's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course. But either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. I love you, Renville. We talked to him before we leave. Even people from my village have taken to wearing near regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. Well, so we won't get to finish 7.3 today. That's unfortunate. However, we will get pretty close. And the only reason we won't be able to actually finish it is because there is an emergency patch going on. An emergency maintenance. Am I going the right way? No. That's fine, we're already on the way to running it. Might as well just continue. Yep, this is another voice cutscene.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
Can't tell you that.
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Throw it on the ground and stomp on it.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. no, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
Yeah, but she just responded to being called Your Majesty.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gotham. That must have been a difficult decision to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandrian citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. $30 I got 30 minutes. There's Aaronville. Amnespia, as otherwise known.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
I love Aaronville. It's time to go to living memory. Such others. Nim nim nim. Oh, maybe we can. Ah, 'tis good to see our comrades, hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from the meso terminal itself. Really? It's 1.5 hours? Ah, it's 2 a.m. Okay. Still probably won't get to finishing this tonight, but... As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from the meso terminal itself. What? Surely the bunny was going for... I'd have to actually click on him to see who he's clicked on. Wait, what's happened to the meso terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has manipulated the terminal's electro. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield, nor leave them to despair. Let's see, who did he... Oh, it was me. Okay, I'll do it too. Ugh. You know what? Send friend request. Yep. Oh, new follower. Okay. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Why did my alert not go off? The apps, the fudge. I have sound alerts for that. Why did it not go off? I like my follower sound alert. Whereas I have to go to sound alerts, probably. Really? Wait, is it actually working though? No, they are working. I heard sound alerts earlier. I believe everyone is determined to be here, or everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? Definitely. There we go. Pop, 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 you want it. Pop, 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 there can't be rush to keep our insistent host waiting. There we go. Sorry for the loud noise. No, I don't need any XP on this person. Right, no, Echo, I have it loud for various reasons, mainly because it gives me a jump scare more than the actual jump scare alerts. And because it doesn't give a thing off before I actually realize it's going off. So it's a good way when it's almost 1 a.m. to keep me awake. Or like if I, for some reason, decide to do like those extra long streams. It's a good jolt. Why couldn't you also be a voiced captain? They need to make them all voiced. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate, and another battle to save the entire world and all of its reflections. Just another Tuesday. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, and couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everyone I loved had gone to dust. Yet, beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia, and their royal knights who laid their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. I like you more than the others, Fiend, not gonna lie. So, let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Yeah, because you're not nearly as suspicious as the other one. The kind and gentle Queen's Fiend was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Well, my day's going pretty well. Can't complain. It's almost Friday. Actually, it is Friday. I just realized it is Friday now. Oh, it means the weekend's about to start. That's so much stuff to do this weekend. Not enough time. Anyway, how is your day? Nah. We fight. You have my gratitude, and shortly Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. Yes it is. This is my model. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. I love Graha. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Nicole for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. That just means he's never had the chance to actually go against us in battle. Oh man. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of the dreaming endless. Right. SO Terminal. Please tell me I don't have to upgrade my gear. Please tell me my gear is actually appropriate. How close am I? I am... No, go back. No, I'm going to... I want to get this done tonight. Okay, what do I need to upgrade? Essentially, most things. We can start. I should be able to get that. Okay, this. Okay, I can't do the road. I can't do the gloves. I can do the gloves. Let's do these instead. Bat, let's go. It's a 9-minute timer. It is a... that is a fast timer. I love when I get such quick timers as a DPS. No, I did not make my VTuber model. I had it commissioned. I want to say it was a couple months ago or something like that.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Oh, is my mock portrait not up to date? What is going on? Oh, our person decided to halt. Also, why is... Okay, what is the deal with my portrait? Did it... did... whatever. Yeah, it's a vampire. That is the theme. Pink-haired vampire.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
Okay. I have Cyberpunk, but I have not done Cyberpunk. Why am I just doing that? I need to do freeze.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
I don't like that. Oh, of course. No, no. I don't like that. Get that away from me. That's not the one I want, that's what I want. Oh. Okay. Nope, cast that. Really? That other person made me mess up. I don't even know when I'll get around to playing Cyberpunk. I don't even know if I have it installed. And there's so many other games that I got plans to actually play. I don't know why I threw that down because it's almost dead.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
I'm so glad Firestarter doesn't just disappear. Thank you. That's what I need.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
We'll find out.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape. Yeah, I died. That's fine. Okay. Ow. Yeah. I hate the worst part about being a black mage is the fact that I literally have to stand still. Is Clive? Oh, he's the actual healer. Okay. No, wait, yeah, that's here. Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
And then after this, I've got the trial. Of course, there's nothing that I can use.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Oh, finally. Very, very pretty.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one.
I'm sorry, what?
Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones. Rise and meet the foe before you.
I have a feeling he's gonna have a fist attack.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
They're bombs, aren't they?
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
I did it. I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Ow. I knew he had a fist attack, but still... Yeah. Nope, not moving. These are the bombs. Oh, one is better than none. That's fine. Yay! I'll give it to you, since you healed me a good bit. Ooh, okay, I can pass on that then. Need. Ugh, I don't even get it. Can't get that. Man. Also, Echo, you're free to join the Discord if you'd like.
The
You have
endless
a
he sent against us.
Group 1.
They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
Probably a long time.
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key.
Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless.
Not really.
I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require?
Really?
Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
Is he summoning a primal?
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
Yeah, they're summoning a primal.
What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
That is a very creepy primal.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
You think this is the first primal we faced? I mean, to win.
That remains to be seen.
Now comes the real question. Will I have time to do the next trial? No. Really? Okay. Nope. I do. I do have a lot of stuff. Okay, I need to focus the bracelet and a ring. And I guess if I can get this up a little bit, it's better than nothing. Why do I do that? No, this is what I want. What's that? Oh, I hate that. Okay. So I can actually see. Bracelet. 725. Let's go. Okay. I need to queue for the Ageless Necropolis. That's the thing that I just picked up, right? No. What is this then? Oh, is the cruiser gear? Oh no, that's Quetzalcoatl. Nope, that's neither of what I need. Oh, are you the? Your Historia stuff. Oh. Okay.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Oh great, we have a summoner. Oh, but he's a bunny boy. He gets a pass. I don't want
to their graves.
No. Why'd you have to summon it right on my Leyland? Stupid whore.
There.
Oh. Really?
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
And I can't move my ley line, so they're wasted.
Perhaps this.
Oh.
Kill them.
Okay.
Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your
Actually,
strength.
I feel like I want to stand right on the edge. Okay. Okay, I hate this because it's a moving thingy. No, okay. Screw you. I'm not moving. Oh! That. Okay.
I will reduce you to ether.
Oh, of course my headset's dying. Oh, that's so bright.
You will die for me now.
No. You're not Aaronville. You're not Ancred. You're not Amaret. You have nothing for me.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Why?
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Oh, okay, so there's just no choice. Oh. Huh. Why am I on my own? And with a bunch of AoEs. I am meant to stand still, not avoid people. Did I die? Yeah.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
What? I said, why are you not
Kill
working?
them.
My control was stuck. Oh. Okay. How...
Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain.
Watch out, jeez.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Hopefully this isn't far enough.
Drag them to their graves. There.
Oh. I didn't die. Me not dying is what matters.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Donuts and in.
Kill them. Bothersome.
Okay.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Ow.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Okay. Oh, sweet. I did it. I somehow managed to do it. Yeah.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that.
Okay. Now I know what to expect, though, so it wasn't as bad.
There.
Oh.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
What? Okay.
Fight, if you must. There.
Oh.
You struggle in vain.
Oh, I don't have any more drink.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them.
Oh.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
I just like this one.
I will reduce you to ether.
No, it is not.
Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Come on, we get in for this one. In and out.
I am prepared for you. Kill them. There.
That's fine.
You struggle in vain.
Don't know. I give it to the bunny boy. Actually, I'm plushie. He kept resing me. What? Huh? Oh. Okay. Got it. She was showing me where the division marker is for ley lines.
Is it over?
Probably not.
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
I love your voice, but I hate your face. Can we just, like, put a helmet on you?
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
Really? It's not done? Why can't it be done?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
So apparently this is actually easier in the EX, by the way.
I feel it again. That same A weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you!
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them?
They're enthralled.
What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast?
I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
It was flickering. I saw the flickering.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them! Together! Ha!
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Way to go, Alize.
The others.
Firebolt. Fireball it. Oh. I guess pure ether works. I wonder what would have happened if this cutscene played with her as a, you know, like a non-magic caster. The chief pulled out some random staff.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I'm not gonna get to finish the MSQ today for sure. But I can finish the quest up tomorrow, I'm sure.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
Alright, I am going to teleport over to here because this is technically a safe space. And then we'll finish this up tomorrow. Yeah, alright, so I will see you all for the evening. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, and thank you to everyone who came by and decided to give a follow or give a like or whatever. So, see you all next time. Bye bye.